chase your dreams and remember me, sweet bravery, 'cause after all those wings will take you up so high. So bid the forest floor goodbye as you erase the wind and take to the sky. Da 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 da. Alright, welcome back to Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Last I left off, I was about to get into the unofficial trial of episode 5. Let's see. This looks like it's working. Hey. Got my controller. If it wasn't caught on something, what are you doing? What are you caught on? Alright. Hopefully, everything should be good. It's like cold outside today. It snowed last night. There's snow on the ground. It's cold. We haven't actually turned on the heater yet because it hasn't been cold. It just suddenly was very cold yesterday. Still gotta check all the vents, make sure they're not covered up by anything. But it's fine. It's not cold in the house, at least. It's not gotten there, especially in here, because my sibling had been playing Elden Ring with the door shut earlier. So that heated up the room. Not to an unpleasant degree, but warmer than the living room. Let's see. Ace Attorney Trilogy. I also made brownies yesterday. Good brownies. Although I think next time I make them, I should use a bigger pan. Because the outside edges are a lot more cooked and hard than the middle bit. Because it wasn't quite cooking all the way through. If it were a bigger pan, it'd have more space to spread out a bit. The heat would be better. And that's just because I doubled it, though. Because more brownies is good. Alright. Alright. Let's get into it. We have a trial. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5.
I did a little research. I looked into those special sight clocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? That's great. I really appreciate it.
A red sight clock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But a black sight clock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
Does that make sense? Because didn't, Prosecutor Gavin have... Not Prosecutor, the other one. The other Gavin. The defense attorney one who was in jail. Have black cyclops. But that was a secret he was aware of. He knew about that. He knew that he did the problem. Maybe I'm misremembering something. So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the Cyclops.
According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength.
And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright, I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. What a facsimile? Oh, I'm just gonna assume she's using proper voice speaker at this point, otherwise it'll sound dumb. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper, official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Maybe you just look better from an angle. You don't look great straight on. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled, and glory shall be restored to the court system. I'm not sure that that is necessarily going to be that simple, but sure. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright. The situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on on the count of murder in the first degree. Anyway.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
Why are you British?
For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready.
What is that noise?
Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Why did you take your glasses off? Don't you need to see? This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least. That wasn't... At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. That's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. Yeah, I guess we just need some other people who were there at the incident, some of those original witnesses or something. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right, I was just joking, just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. Why is there blood on the robot arm? That's weird. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. You look a bit weird in this pose. Besides, the courtroom's chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. Prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness anyway? Hi. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy, what with coming and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Quonko. Confining. It was like coming and threatening doesn't make sense. No, it's confining. I am nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Just give us the notes, let us read them. Or Blackwell's theory. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. I think we're missing a lot of context. What rolling case? The ones that are just in the room? And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. They're not for traveling, they're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. That's very convincing, that's for sure. Terminal video updated, we can now look at it. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. I feel like the glasses would help your face not look like this. This bit here is lacking any outline. It looks weird. Order in the court. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. The murderer trying to cover for someone.
Hold it!
So, Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere, it's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Someone else was at the scene at the time. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
That's a voice. You sound like your mouth is full of crackers. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
And why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it," and cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it. Oh, there's 3 of them there. Ah. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. So it was. Yes, that's the one. Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these 2 photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show, she fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, did you go to her magic show? That's cute. Oh, yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. And she holds them publicly. You can just find her. Wherever it is she's working. A bar last time, I think it was. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. I mean, the handle would be kinda low. Otherwise, you wouldn't just be able to hold it. You have to lean down unless it extends or something. And let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? Do we have anything? Let's look at those pictures. Oh. The robot arm is gone. It would have been on that box there. Or on the shelf with the box, I think. That looks like the same one. It's got the wire and stuff. I have an idea. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Ooh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory. If it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Any luck? Don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? This arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on top of the cart in this video. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. Video? No, that is a photo. Why did I say video? In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... Well, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just the moon rock and a robot arm. it wasn't really just the one arm that was in there. If it wasn't Athena in that case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was the other robot that was in the case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the one of the... Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us. That could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Ooh, I should shut the storm window there. There's like condensation in the window, that's unfortunate. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. I think it's in here, yeah? Yeah.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that the machines heal in the same way that people do. An adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? To this. I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't possibly have fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit into the case by... I'm not sure we have anything that says they could be compacted. Presence a human for emotions, recognize heartbeat. Nothing about that says anything about compacting. Just take it apart, put it back together later, I guess. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright doesn't have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material, a blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Why? I'm not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Photo of the crime updated. Photo taking the robot apart, bloodstain. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully, I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth has been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there's only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her.
She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. As she said her mother made them for her as part of her research.
Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by the splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Sit comfortably. Terrible lounge chair. This is all working properly, right? Yes, it looks fine. The order. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicions against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright was the robot questioned at the time. No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally is the word. But as it turns out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon in the robot named Ponko. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. You are the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Ponko, I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mrs. Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. Murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? What I saw.
I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There's no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. His testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So, what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, meh. Yes, what this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. So what? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument. And then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous! A cross-examination is never useless. Until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Maybe it wouldn't lie, but it could be, like, not mentioning things. It has not gone into as much detail as it could be. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. To the robotics lab about 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder.
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If I listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile... If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. Wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Oh, the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. Garbage truck. Oh, how's the road out there on the alley? I can't see it. There's a bush in the way. Condensation on the window. I think there were still leaves on like some of the trees. Hopefully that's not a problem. They were all like orange and whatever, but they were still there. So that could weigh down the branches pretty bad. If it gets caught on them. That happened to a tree that was in front of the house one time. It's like one of those city trees that they have planted between the sidewalk and the road. It had been spring, so a bunch of leaves had grown up on the tree as normal, but then it snowed really heavily. It weighed down this one branch, like, so it was basically covering the whole sidewalk. And then they didn't come and cut it for like ever. It was just like in the way. Because it just got bent out of shape after that. And it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing.
After Mommy Metta's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Oh, workbench, huh? Uncle must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. There's something critical in Ponko's statement just now. I mean, that's not where she was when they found her body, and it seems difficult for an 11-year-old to move the body. And then Ponko wouldn't have had to be cut up by a katana if the body wasn't already there when the guy got there. I don't know why he had to do that in the first place regardless, but you know, whatever. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's good, little girl.
Mommy Metta fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hit the bush.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. That hanging scroll was Mommy Metta's prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there's definitely a hanging scroll and a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. And is there some problem with this statement?
After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in.
Hold it!
Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know. I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Hold it!
You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if...
All data is suddenly cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
Could you describe what you were doing in cleaning the room? What was wrong with it that it needed cleaned? That would help. The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly. We can conclude that Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded, but her soul still burns. There are a few parts of Pongo's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edgeworth chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I'd better try to iron out who did what where and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. Workbench side. So I think if we just show the... this, it's like, she wasn't over there though. She was here. Someone moved the body, if that's what happened.
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy.
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Yeah. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new, crucial fact. My sock, it's caught on the drawer. There's a space where there used to be a handle, but it came off at some point, and now my sock is stuck on it. I should, like, put some tape over that or something so that doesn't happen. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Ooh, I am very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue is my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest move the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko. You've spelled it wrong. Allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
Okay, but I can't see how that would be pronounced differently. The way he spelled it. It's like the Ponko breading stuff you can get on things. We just have some in a container for usage in something, but I don't think we've actually gotten around to doing anything with it. I don't think it's pronounced terribly differently. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. But it also has facial recognition. Once their face has been registered, which should be fine. Unless without a heartbeat, she wouldn't have registered as a person, so it didn't bother with that. I suppose that's an option. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko.
Okay, so the problem is, those aren't pronounced differently. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do. Well, I do, at the very least. Miss Ponko, on the defense's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Ah! Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
Her face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell that it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. You take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. Oh, wait. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way people do. An adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop! It was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be... That can't be true. Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother onto the table to fix her. Suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done something like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Oh, who is it now? Hi. Do you not have your own objection sound? Or do you always just say silence? You might do that. Prosecutor Blackwell. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. And don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell, please go ahead. "7 years ago, I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I could not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Oh, how cathartic it was. Return from where? A little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell. She fell. Merely that. Mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. I should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Lena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. Just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Let's move this back here. get one of those sitting pillows for my chair. Then again, there's only so much that can be done when I can't have my legs in front of the chair because there's a drawer in my way. And there's nowhere to move the drawer to. If I moved it way over to the side, but my computer is there. I don't think it'd hold up the thing very well like that anyway. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell, forgive me, Laura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If anyone has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Wait, my cross-examination. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago?
I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him.
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Oh, hello? Oh, hi. Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dodo. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you were innocent.
Objection! These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares. So scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now.
And yet, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. A day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. was all to save you from this false conviction.
But, Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena's being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I'm not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
Went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. Happy. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Then I committed the act. How cathartic it was.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He's steeled as well, as if he'll never let his secrets be known.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side, too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it.
But what was he trying to do that day? If we approach it from that angle, I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up.
Maybe this?
Got it!
Yeah. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. I was looking for Athena, and hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Just now, you said you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss.
Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. I would not be swayed from my purpose and waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And when she did, I plunged the katana in.
Got it!
Not Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Ugh, he can't be talking about that. Can he?
I was just a convenient subject for her research.
Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? Went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. That day was different. I heard some crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is the story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe.
Mr. Wright?
How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now, take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
It went up. I've never seen it do that before.
Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me. Let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony, inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? Let's see. Does anything here contradict the testimony? That's the other murder. Only found on the blade. Stab wound to the chest, weapon pierced the heart. It was instantaneous. Let's try the testimony. Okay, let's present some evidence here.
Got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back.
Crying to the next door. Of course you're worried. Open the door to the robotics lab. Or I could lead Athena out of there. Curse my luck. Oh, these are different words. I heard crying from next door. Of course I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Objection!
That's not it. Prosecutor Blackwell, your statement is inconsistent with this evidence. I think it is, but I guess that's not what they want to talk about right now. What's your opinion, Chief Prosecutor? As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is logically inconsistent here is Mr. Wright himself. I don't think that's true, actually. In that case, as always, I'll give Mr. Wright a penalty. Maybe I'd better look for inconsistent emotions instead. Let's try the emotions at least. But also, I think that is an inconsistency. Just like, she came in from the hallway? Well, this video says no one came in except you. Only you. That's all that was there. Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Crying from next door, you're worried, normal. Here's the skin. Right over and open the door. It walks in. Out. Side scan. Maybe that's very strong and shock, but that doesn't seem... a lack of sadness that she's crying about things? Very strong there. I don't know. I don't think it punishes me for messing up the emotion one at least. Not last time it happened, at least.
Got it!
There we go. Odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Pongo. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. She couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Pongo do it. That's right. She ordered Pongo to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Pongo up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Yeah, but we can cut right through that. There's blood on the robot arm, which would only happen if there was already blood on the katana. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and as strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? I can fix this. What was that? Some loud metal noise. I guess maybe it's someone's trash can? I don't... What is that? Hold on. Not that I can see anything out there. It's still snowing. The snow is still coming down from the sky. I can't see past the bush. It is still covered in snow, and there's also leaves catching it, because they haven't all fallen off yet. Who knows what that noise is? It's probably just someone picking up their trash can after it fell over or something. It was fairly windy, I think. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. Feeling dread, I opened the robotics lab door. Just then, Ponko attacked me, retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Before I could lead Athena out of there and curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Right, that's the same dialogue as before, so, let's see. Blood on the arm, that should do it.
Objection!
Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. This is all still working? Yes. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, then we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell. Now. You have no idea what you're doing.
His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Oops. That's not good. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? Yeah, but like, what are you gonna do if he doesn't? You can't. There's nothing to do. Oh, that's broken. The pin in my nail clippers has worn out very badly. It will not hold the lever in place now.
All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Following the sound of crying, open the lab door, and then saw it. Terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. What I don't know. Everything's normal here. Don't go do something? Athena is sad. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, don't know. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while a bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eye. She sweetly said,
Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
"That's what I saw. Now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted." No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. This is what it is. It's beyond devastating.
I tried to take my mother apart. I No! No! I can't yell that loud. People are sleeping. So, it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena! As I said, Wright, truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner. Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. The power was much stronger then than it is now. Those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No, that can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Her love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew. But what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. Let's see that we now have all the facts in this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is, prepared to present evidence.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Athena?
It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake.
Athena, what are you saying?
I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright, and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena. Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt. Bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. There wasn't blood on the handle. Let's see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? I do.
Objection!
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me that you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I sin that you never change, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism. Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and memories are sealed off, even from herself.
There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession?
My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing it deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I can just tell. If there's a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Look at this blood.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it! I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers!
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with. We can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction in her memories means?
Gladly.
Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? They would have noticed that the blood was wiped off. I'm sure they did a proper test. Also, it wouldn't make sense to wipe it off just the handle. Something else. Ms. Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What are you up to this time? This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right. Of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? What does he do with that? I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious that it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. But there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of these crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Multiple things were carried away from the site. We already covered this. Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. And here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. One of them is clearly missing. They've also been rearranged. Though I suppose that's just because they were actually being used and they just didn't put them all in the same spot again. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. No, he's simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics hoped to come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. Show the court, then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Do I have anything that... Hey, you can see it here. Look at that.
Take that!
What design is this supposed to represent? The one on the cover! Look at it! Okay, good. The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Oh, I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we replace the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo. So it would, but then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well, let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Black Quill carried her away. I mean, surely you checked the wounds, right? We got an autopsy report over here. Here's the heart. I don't know, I think that would have been a bit difficult for all those layers. It's not exactly a long knife. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. You've just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No. Matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes. The suspicion just keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Ah! I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No, step out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you giving into doubt? I can't look back. Forwards is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackquill didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the knife from the lab? If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition features by covering... Covering their face wouldn't help with the heartbeat thing, would it? But if they killed the person, Professor Sykes or whatever, beforehand... No, that's not right. What could covering the victim's face have done? Signs that wouldn't have helped the culprit hide their identity. Okay. Wait a minute. Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. She wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. That's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. And that's sort of what I was... If the culprit posed as a victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. That would explain the tear in it, wouldn't it? The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. And it still leaves a heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Oh, that's not a good angle on you. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let's bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now, I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
You really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Taryn? But that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Klonko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition. And then, all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. That doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So, does that mean? Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed, this third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes, is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible!
Mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask.
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember,
Athena, what is it?
I, I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Sykes, you're right.
No!
The black cyclops. They're breaking.
It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. I'm cold.
They're gone. The black cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench, with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man? Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and he dodged it first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And then he kicked me and I passed out.
Actually, I've updated. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand during the incident 7 years ago.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that?
Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a null mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human into a human being into a phantom.
A phantom? Would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes is... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell... This is not good. A new suspect. Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream, the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So, I'd like to say one thing, if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis really was the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything in here? Do I have anything here in the evidence? Can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. This is just a map. It's the only thing that seems even remotely relevant. Right? We want to pass through at the time of the crime. We don't have anything prior unless we look at the older video, maybe? Like the video from earlier than that? It's definitely one of those things. Let's do the video. Let's go earlier on the video. Look at all of these. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. Or, you know, arriving to the scene at least. There, please stop it right there. Well, not sure someone. It's just like you said, there is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Taking the jacket with them. It's that jacket there. The jacket's on the floor, unless that's a different one. Staff jacket. Victim staff jacket. Was it taken back to there? Weird. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket.
I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket.
That jacket on display was Dr. Sykes. Sykes's.
You see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day.
Oh, give me a minute.
And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid his face with a handkerchief. Hid her face, probably. That's what that said. Hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m.
The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come back to the lab for her regular recharge.
And leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright. I'm afraid that it's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond a doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene?
What's going on? That doesn't make sense.
Edward's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Who discovered... That's the wrong button. Who discovered the body? Do we know? Was that taken by the first person to discover the body? Yeah. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body. Could be someone who reported the body. And they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have a chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. So who, found it? We don't know that. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? Prosecutor Edgeworth. Body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Probes capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You and Wright thought that this was ever an official trial anyway. You liars deceived me. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. Prove that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess was truly beloved by Metis, and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. What do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work. She chose you as her partner. Isn't that— Shut up, Simon! You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. And what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Laura, there is something I've wanted to say, if you'll lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is. You do? Right, don't know. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell's been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the HAT-1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of Phantom's voice. Called, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet, I had hope, for his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, Spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to HAT1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search at the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who's to say? Well, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Give me it. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. That became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. Take good care of it. That's all I have left of my mentor. I'd better hold on to this real tight. And a psych profile added to the court record. Subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Interesting. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice is extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Or just really bad ability to voice anything, perhaps. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Spy who experienced no emotions, not sadness or anger. And naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. A phantom indeed. Fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then. Seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? I think he was already there. As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago was hereby overturned. This isn't an official trial. Does that work? You probably gotta call people. Hopefully you at least got some official, like, recording people in here. Just, like, keep track of this, please. I don't think you can actually record trials legally, but you can, like, there's a stenographer who, like, people write stuff down, and you get those court drawings and stuff to keep track of things. Now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, what is it now? Who is yelling at everyone? You! Hi, Apollo. You have a voice, but I guess they wanted to keep it secret who it was. Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? To be continued. I suppose we'll be jumping right back into the trial. He'll have brought along whatever evidence he was looking for things, but I need to feed the dog. That's the alarm for it, in fact. So, I will feed the dog, I will feed the cats, refill my water, all these things. Yeah, let me... So I will be back in just a bit. shut this better. There we go. Okay. Cats and rabbit have been fed. But the dog's on a different schedule now and has not yet woken up. So he has not been fed. He does not need fed. Did I twist this all around my thing? That's not good. There we go. Twisted my chair and got a wire wrapped around it. My hands are cold now. I should replay Sonic Heroes sometime. Unfortunately, I need to get my controller set up to actually function with it. Because last time I tried to play it, it did not care for the Switch controller. It decided it was pushing every button at once, constantly, as most things do when presented with the Switch controller. I don't know why that's not on Steam. Like, it had a PC release. Surely it wouldn't be that hard to stick it on Steam, like... You don't even have to change it, it's not broken. Continue on, yes please. At least as far as I know it's not broken. I didn't run into any issues aside from this controller that doesn't work with anything not working with it, which isn't, news. It only works with Steam games, because, wow. Steam has a special setup for it. But no, everything's like, oh, you gotta use an Xbox controller, maybe a PlayStation, mostly Xbox, and it's like, I don't know if I want to deal with Xbox controller. Why aren't you? Yeah, that thing's broken. The thing that wears out on nail clippers is like the pin that holds it in place most of the time. I wonder if you could just get a new pin. Do they like sell those? But I guess they'd have to be specific for the type of nail clippers you get, otherwise they'd be the wrong size. Because this one isn't so big. That one is. Oh well. December 20th, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Audio is working, yes? Yes, all looks well. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Tarrant. But, Apollo, why would you? Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo. Sure. You know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can speak. As you wish, let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Apollo Justice's accusation. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order in the court. Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over these past few days to make you think this? I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. And that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point.
my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
Alright. It's got her fingerprints on it. That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. We don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall that there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First, I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order in the court. That can't be, but if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but
I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments. Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless you think there was an alternate escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternate escape route? There were those leaves on the floor. You rearranged my evidence. What did you do? There were those leaves on the floor. We saw them. I don't think we have anything about that in here. So that was something. Could have jumped out. Maybe had something a little more safe to use. When were they being moved? It would have been while things were happening, wouldn't it? When people were all in the shelter. So yeah. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. That might be. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, you will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. When you agree. Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good. Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? The control room's locked. I think the leaves in here.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prints to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, then the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, and I guess it's true, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if? Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge 2. Uh-oh. Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at that time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding lounge 2? The ground.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. You mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to jump out to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright. Alright. This is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Should have been that ladder. Where is it? It's not here. It's not here. Where is it? That's not it. There it is.
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What the? Who would have imagined? Order in the court. Well, an alternative escape route seems to emerge. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Ooh, I want some Swiss cheese. I like cheese. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about this. Lemon throat. Detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. Ooh, that's far. The 20 feet. You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping onto a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping, or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And it all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level. Right. Wait a minute. I've got it this time. I can prove that there's someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. Phantom, again. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tarrant as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Tarrant. What? That's some weird layering on that rebar in that concrete. He was going behind that other piece of concrete on the ground that should have been in front of that. Order in the court. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Well, we still need to get the information on who the first people were to discover the scene were. There were 3 of them there. We'll have to sort that out, but... Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the 2nd floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So, you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Then, where was he during the rest of that time? Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder, after being told to by the detective leading the... Ah! You've gotta be kidding me. Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Ooh, fun. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. Hunched over like that. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down to and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom's Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. The first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, so we waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. A heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's injustice we trust.
Then his concern for Simon was also just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackquill and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. To think of it, he's the one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court, too. Scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Yeah, he's already here, and, well, actually, I think he left, didn't he? He, like, left after he delivered, Aura's thing. December 20th, 5:13 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't... Ouch! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Uh-huh. Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Yes, I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Who's this? Oh, you. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. And Martha. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Laura Blackquill has surrendered, and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackquill said she had something she really needed to do, so I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Hello. Miss Blackquill. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackquill, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Well, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Yeah. Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful. Never imagined you would go that far. No, you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, looks like I won't be crossing the Styx just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. I'm very glad to hear you say that. Or... that's not his voice. Or... Alright. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Wright, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. Formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm Much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you... Do you just have the keys? I guess whoever brought him here would have had to have some keys. How long have I waited? Maybe it's a sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, light, brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I ran out of air and sounded weird. Oh no. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright. Please, avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
I'm not sure if you were meant to take off the ones on your hands. Those were probably there for an actual reason. What happened to your hair? I guess you cleaned it up, but I liked it sort of like that. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart. But it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, first people on the scene 7 years ago, facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go?
You bet I am. Let's do this.
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. In the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. December 20th, 5:27 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. What's that noise? Seems that someone has shut the door more tightly. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackquill, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackquill seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there was only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. A justice we trust.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. What are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey! He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Right. If you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. Ha 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 ha! I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false. And that the defendant is the real culprit. That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have any proof. You're correct about that. That's the wrong voice. That's Edgeworth's voice. You're not Edgeworth. We don't have any proof. You are correct about that. Let's take your gloves off. Find a scar on your hand. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackquill. Prosecutor Blackquill looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blacquill's right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Ha 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 ha! Now, ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. The embodiment of justice.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over. Alright, let's just move on. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Dona? Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? I mean, you would know how to set up a held lighter. Just, I guess, in her unconscious hand while she was lying there is probably what happened. It wouldn't be hard to do it right, but a number of prints might be good. So, how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it added to my testimony? You got it. You beat me to it. Ha ha ha! Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3. Prints were on the lighter, thumb, index, and the middle fingers of a right hand. She's got that glove. Is that on her right hand or her left hand? I want to look at my evidence. I want to look at the profiles, although I guess that doesn't help.
Hold it!
So 3 prints from a right hand were found on the lighter, huh? Are you certain of this? I think it's her right hand. Yeah. And it's got that glove on. And it at least covers one of those. I'd stake my life on it. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd that he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Why would you say that? Think about it for a sec. Athena always wears that glove on her right hand, right? So there's no way she'd leave prints of those 3 fingers from her right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Detective Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now about how Miss Sykes always wears a glove on her right hand. Ha ha ha! Well, I have only one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time of the incident? I guess we don't. If you want to prove the defendant innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that. Like, I need a lecture from you, smiles McGoo. Should I ask about him something else? No. Well, let's try the prince position. Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side as they would be if she was holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. I believe this is important. Please swap this statement into your testimony. Prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit. Oh.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes. This line of questioning is going to get this line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Yes. Switch it. We need to talk about the prints. Yes. The right hand. It's wrong. We have information. It's bad. Ha ha ha.
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct? That's right. Very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. Huh? What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh. So here is the ultimate that's wrong. So here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Oh. You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it! What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. You could go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge, boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. Where was that mirror? If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying? Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Ha 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 ha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, don't know. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Uh-huh. Ha ha ha! That's right! Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right, there there's no emblem. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ha 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 ha! See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Was it removed? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to a statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Just don't know. You'd use that cheat of yours again. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. If I had to guess, you'll be tightening your hand or something because you stabbed it. It got stabbed. It should be this one. Maybe not. Here's your whole face. I really wish I could. Oh. No. I really wish I could just, like, skip statements or something. Jump around a little better than this. I think I was looking at the wrong hand, actually. Right. Go faster. I saw. Go back. Ah. Go back. I saw it. That's the one thing. This is annoying that you can't just go through it. Like, I get it, but also.
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. But Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What did you do, Prosecutor Blackwell? We need to see the evidence. This is just normal procedure. Let me see the evidence. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. I'll check every inch of this thing. Okay. What a mess. Some blood up here. It's hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or left hand just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. But this lighter definitely hides a secret. This lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree. Let's check it out again. Let's check it out carefully. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh, it transformed into something. Is it a tiny gun? Is that where that bullet came from? A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? That seems awkward to hold, but whatever. There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. What? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Or people who like to collect things for fun. I could definitely see that happening. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. Or just tinker with things. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the defendant is right. Are you guys trying to prove your client innocent or what? The detective, he says, which does make more sense. I was like, I don't think he's on trial. The detective is right. Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. Person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No. Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes's, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. I mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence. That's right, it could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed! Have a look at this! What's this? A lighter? Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Ah, yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or how they're patchy in places, but there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. Okay, Maybe you just mislabeled them. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely match her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes's prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official? But Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity! There's no needs for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. Ah, it appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant. There's Clay Tarrant's fingerprints and blood on it. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. Ah, I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off of his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, a man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over now. Be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackquill and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. You expect me to buy that? Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. And the ceiling blown off. I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There! I finally told the truth. Now, I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Ooh. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackquill. You believe me, right? I believe you. Don't think you're the Phantom. What the? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackquill? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. All this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackquill! This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me. Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy. Don't you ever betray me again. You got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off. Oh. Edgeworth, you get your evidence you were looking for? No, you were stopping him. The defense... No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I'm not sure you can, since it's not an official trial. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright. Think you'd better have that counseling. Not you two. You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator. Your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence.
Oh, you amuse me so. What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
Oh, I knew you would catch on, Athena. Mind filling me in here?
I guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief, in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now. Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this.
I really need to use the bathroom. So it's better to do that now before it starts up. It'll take not too long at all. Where are my slippers?
Okay.
Sorry about that. I drink a lot of water when I play these games, and this is carrying on for a bit longer than normal. Alright, let's do this. I'm cold. Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I am an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all.
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile.
What is that?
Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective?
Me. I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
God! Fancy device you have there. I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy. I'm not sure there's a significant difference between spy and undercover agent.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelming happy rating. Oh, but he's literally crying us a river over there.
Oops, my mistake. How about this?
Thanks. Now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull?
Like as not, what pure friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell, you are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute, I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. Feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
And you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again, I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. You are about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Oh. Let them go. Me, the Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. What a mess. How were we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess?
I don't know what we can do with this either.
This must be his defense against your ability.
So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena. being only human, his true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal, must be hidden somewhere in his testimony. This one seems...
Got it!
I found it. Found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? Fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... I mean, they kind of lost it. It was in the bomb stuff somewhere. I don't actually. It's over there. Not sure if that would. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He had top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot, but I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You are afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me, afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity? Apparently so. Wait a minute, maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like had to take it with him? Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Okay, bye. Where do you think you're going? Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try and get away? How many more of those choices you have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. What is it? Ah! What was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. Now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof. But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? Why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But Your Honor...
There, you see, nobody believes you with your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do it firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So, does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. This is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology and fears.
Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
Alright, what's up now? My fear for the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought of about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. So does any two-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, don't know. With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. Then, it is also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Till all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideas of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. I hit the button too quickly and didn't get a good look at that word. Enticing. Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies. Always. Alright. This reminded you of the Phantom.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. Those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage.
Hold it!
Your family? Like, who in your family specifically? Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example.
For example, maybe we need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe my mother, my son, my daughter. Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much.
He's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am. Isn't any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock? I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? You could clean that up. But fingerprints can be wiped off.
And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA.
We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. Blood, I guess. But even then, blood could be wiped off. You just gotta take a little longer than that. I'm pretty sure you can get it off of things. Or, at the very least, you could hook the rock into the ocean. Just get out on a boat and just throw it. No one will ever see it again. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Uh-huh. Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. I just know I have something I can show why the something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So, the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him.
Hold it!
And how afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. You shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring. Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others.
Mr. Wright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you?
Of course not. Must beef up the mind-reading defenses. Now, do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
Hold it!
After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust. I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law. He won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Detective Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. It probably has something to do with him being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity. Let's see. That's the wrong one. Oh, the stabbing, yes.
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Looking for the picture they showed. Oh, that would be like, see? Stabbed. Of course, that's a knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Tarrant. That's right, and the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. I mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is. Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course not. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. You need, like, just a fence. Or a little one of those plexiglass barriers in front of your stand. So that people can't throw things at you. The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready with me. Show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage! Ah! Go on, Wright, don't know. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Yeah, that is odd. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget that? You forgot that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. He spent it up on the probe? You put it into the little container that was over there? No touch. Because it was... Where are my pictures? They're gone. That's not it. We're not looking at that crime right now. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? How about this?
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the HAT-1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Yes, the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. I think they check those things before they do that, but sure. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? Order in the court. I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the HAT-1 anyway. The villain. He used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the HA-2, but... HAT-2. At the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of this crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. This is so funny, you make me laugh, you really do.
Boy, he's totally out of whack now.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, an undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
Further investigation while plotting your escape. No more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill. Hey, you guys are really... Hi. Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth. I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robots recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. There's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Uh-huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. And does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? And this man? Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Oh? What the? No! His face. Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I just have to show you who I really am now. Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo! Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the HAT-1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If we compile a Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. I cannot accept its evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? This mask... I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. What evidence? Hey! Uh-huh? Give me that. There's like a bunch of people here. Time to take out the trash permanently. How could you? Now do you see how the most powerful How powerful the end justifies the means can be.
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Perhaps it's really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Aren't you just the mastermind of psychology, Blackquill? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. Don't remember what my face... I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. Oh, what's with this guy? Is he even still human? Now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... It was in the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom's evidence, and it was blown to smithereens. I don't think that's his voice at all. Oh no. Looks like you finally caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. We really reached a dead end after coming all this way. It's the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed. How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or, at least, a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono. I know, I'm trying! There's only one thing that can unmask this menace. The moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, and you can see here the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the side of on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Ah, I know exactly what I need. Where is it? Oh, it's in that elephant. It's in here, right? Yes. Look at this.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? and the moon rock along with it. You're saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on the photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. Look at this.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the HAT-1. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration. Oh my, yes, I see it! It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! But that's impossible. Surprise, to be sure. It's one bloody tough rock. That's how the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. I'm not sure how well the DNA would survive in space. Presumably, that would have become a vacuum at some point. If it were sent up there to put things in it, it presumably would have gotten opened at some point. Like, by the thing trying to stuff more rocks in it, I guess. Prosecutor Blackquill, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it. You are the Phantom.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Why do you just have all of these? Why? It was a pretty good objection too, don't you think? Oh, he's me. So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Can this trial get any more insane? Well, stop calling him that. Just call him witness. That's good enough. Mr. Wright, this fragment of a rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? Can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
Maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely that a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's something suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought the worst of times were when lawyers had to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, why don't we go and get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. There's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove any of the fragments are from that moon rock.
Oh, no!
There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have a what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. This piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. Yay.
But just about the only thing my mother left me with her widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. We don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah. Oh! You mean...
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along. No, it can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide. I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear. I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me. Is this? No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. Scary eyes. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet, honest. My own true face. You have one. My face. My face. My face. This is my face, is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No, no! This isn't me either. Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Dark out now. Oh no. Well, goodbye. That's sort of a problem. It was unclear that it had become dark because they did not change the lighting of this room at all. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright, his imposter, doing? He's a lucky fellow. Bullet didn't hit any vital organs. That's a really bad sniper. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, a spy, known as the Phantom, has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But, before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. Hooray. Get up and stretch when I'm done with this. Court is adjourned. Also get some breakfast. Kind of only had a brownie and some hot chocolate. Not breakfast. December 20th, 9:12 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Lucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. I never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Oh, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. And plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well... We knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. Police and I were trying to find him, but never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. And besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So, you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. You proved in court that that wasn't your fault. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, Now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. That's only if people pay attention to the news. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It wouldn't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena. It's probably Athena. You're not. I was thinking it might be, Woods. It's not. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely. But I still made it.
Atta girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. Some things in this world are more important than your life.
Like what?
My honor, bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Uh-huh.
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free, thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever help fully bring the dark age of law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Uh-huh. Nothing like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their greatest work. In that case, allow me to join the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Don't you still need, like, proper processing to be released? I mean, I guess you were released under special conditions, but still.
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with this case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair! I want to say it too.
Okay, here we go. Oh, cute. A button.
Objection!
Adorable. This is a lovely game.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You'd think I should have found him a few legal cases. That's okay. It's the Wright Anything agency after all. That goes a bit fast. I had a great time. I think the next game is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, if I had right. Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
I'll have to check, but I can't do that until it stops doing all these things where they just talk without me pushing any buttons and I might miss something.
The end of the Dark Age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? Look, they're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me.
I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Ten Mataro.
He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though.
What to do? If I don't finish myself.
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too?
It's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it.
So we are to meet as foes. We are, my little friend.
Trying to remember what people's voices were. I don't think I got hers at all. Would you believe it? I'm the older man in Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after Rex Scooby for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey you, what do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor?
Ah, the jig's up. Better make a run for it.
Alright.
Just go a little fast.
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started to become genuinely interested in law, so I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena one day.
Let's eat.
I'm studying to my bum off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis Entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. You, Juniper! Her dream will live on forever!
I found really sweet boxes for all three of them. They won't wear them. It's because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge. Anyway, thanks to the trial, the Crystal's newspaper's future is bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood have to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy.
One night only reunion concert. Still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever seen. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'll be the coolest trial ever. Yeah? I can already hear it now. Just gotta read quick and then remember the lines.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done.
Anyway, I've been... okay. Humanity's dreams from outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the HAT-3 launch has already begun.
Look upon me, people. It's great nation wishes. It's the glory of purity cosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes, yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You, just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Oh, I like this song. I should find the what are they? Soundtracks for these games sometime. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Tina or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. Which is more interesting? Montes Praenares, or what was that? You think they'd like either one? Yay, hooray. I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to.
I did not catch those words. Ready for the launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I now know I should never give up. I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous.
This game is good.
No, I'm not employed here. So they came to request their services in defense of my sister. No one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him. Perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future. I guess someone has to... They have to be talking to someone. That's not something I thought about. I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me.
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It seems that solving this case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright another debt of gratitude. I will repay him one day. You can trust in that.
You talk so fast.
I guess it has to match up with the music, but like... Okay, given it's doing scrolling, it's probably done with that.
Anyway, this was a lovely game. Lots of very nice art. The 3D models looked a bit weird here and there.
Bones. Oh, is that who animated it? They animated other stuff like Full Metal Alchemist and Mob Psycho 100 and others. Let me check something. Anyway, with this done, I believe the next game in the series was like the Great Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures? I thought it was Chronicles. Maybe that's just the name of the collection. Everything's normal over here. Where is it? Yeah, okay. The collection is called Chronicles. Anyway, the Great Ace Attorney will be what I play. Don't know much about it. I think there's different characters in it. Like it takes place in the past or something. There's a guy here. He doesn't stand out very much. I don't know. There's a game. Oh, I love this picture. They're so cute. It's, still going. And it's probably gonna have something at the end. I don't want to skip the credits, though. I'll show people. I suppose, I quite enjoyed the game. All the Ace Attorney games have been fun, and I didn't even get hung up on anything for an overly long time on this game, like I have in prior games. Let's see. I suppose on Friday I'll be playing the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I think it was in my list I copied down at some point. I'll have to double check that that's what it is called. But that's what I'll do on Friday. Wednesday will be Hat in Time still, because I only just started that. I wonder if they'll improve the models, because some of them looked a little weird. Or at least they looked weird in certain angles. Sometimes the angles were fine. Oh, we have animation. Look at it go.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
I still think their voices are weird. Also, I'm sure I've heard her voice somewhere. I think it might be that pink-haired girl from 999. In the years, I've seen as much joy and heartache and honesty as defeat. Just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. And, well, what a great time. Not right now. Right. So that's that. It was a lovely time. I very much enjoy these games. No exit to the game. But the next game is the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So I'll have to download the Ace Attorney Chronicles thing. I've got it here. So it should be fine to download that. It's not even that big. So, on Friday, I shall be carrying on with the series with the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. However, on Wednesday, I will be playing more Hat in Time. I need to work on my general commentary skills. It's commentary that exists when there's not really a plot or story happening. I'm just running around collecting things. There's some, but there's not a lot to talk about. The game is for platforming and fun, and not a story. So I need to work on commentary skills, so that's a thing to do while playing that game. But Great Ace Attorney on Friday. Hat in Time on Wednesday. That's all. Have a nice day. Goodbye.